What the fuck am I doing? I just turned it on and got caught up in something else. What are we doing? Where am I? Okay, hello. Your studio is no, it's no longer the version is no longer updated. All right, all right. Let's update. Let's do it live. How bad can it be? Holy shit! 2 gigabytes. 2 gigabytes. Will they fix the for loop? Will they do it? Yeah, just close it. It's off. Visual Studio Standard Collector Services. I don't know what that is. Just turn it off, bro. Not on. Let's eat salami. Oh. Check out the release notes. Snippet. Four. I mean, I don't even know what this bug could possibly be listed as. I don't even know what the issue is. Holy shit, this salami is so disgusting. This didn't feel like 2 gigabytes. Oh, we're done? It worked once, but it worked intermittently before as well. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they managed. Right, we added a spell in last time. That's what I was doing. I'm just thinking what should be adding. Let's see. We go here. There. Let's see. We should add a spell to Rhea. I don't know if it should be a spell. I mean, it should be. We have a Templar barrier here. But the Templar barrier, it should be Beast spell. And the Templar version, they have target type's health. Should have an after cast delay of I don't know how long, maybe a little longer. But how should I? It says used cast animation, but I'm not sure what to do with that. Hello, Alfie. The Legends of Terrestria is a fantasy setting that we're working on. Right now, the game is a switch over. Yeah. It's a tactics RPG. I'm just working on getting things to function to some degree here. The 6,000 line file. Oh, that's just my main file. Bonker in the head. There are a lot of things going on in there. Oh no. This is my action database. This is where skills and stuff are. It's basically all the animations. How does this work? Let's see. Use cast animation. Combat phase set to casting. Is instant spell. I haven't tried making that yet, I think. Target equals user. Oh, night. Target list dot count. Has ended. Let's get rid of that. I'm just trying to make this ability cast on herself only. User dot target object. Right. Here the user refers to itself. All of that should be okay. But I haven't made a spell that just casts immediately before, so we'll see. Because I'm worried that it's gonna... try to channel the spell anyway. But this, I didn't actually give her the ability yet. Wait, no, I changed the Templar version, so yeah. She has it already. But I don't know if the targeting will work. I don't have I haven't really made anything that's just self-target yet either. And it crashed. How do we... this is what we're doing today, I think. Because this skill has a range of 0. Is self-targeted only. So it shouldn't need to actually do any range finding or path finding or anything like that. So else... This is target tool. What is that supposed to do? If left mouse up, main controller dot current targets. Here we're adding current targets. Else if target type equals self, then all we're gonna say is current main controller dot current targets clear main controller dot current targets add current object. New target, new LOT target. That. And then here we're gonna say, we're gonna do the same thing here. I think. So like this else. Now this script is a bit of a mess. I'll be honest. If self. Why is there an error here? Use of possibly unassigned. No, it can't be possibly unassigned. Can't be. It's not possibly unassigned. Fuck you. Else if a PF result is not equal null. Here's the issue there. I find the result needs to be nullable. There. Executability. Why is it setting a position there? That should be... Yeah, I guess. Let's see what that does. But I kind of suspect it's gonna crash anyway. It kind of works, but not really. Self. Executability. PF result dot value. Yeah, this should be null. Else if target type dot self. Oh no. Value, there it goes. All right, let's see. Okay. Kind of works, except that the casting loop is incorrect. So oh, it's so complicated. Action initialization. Hey. If we can get this self-targeting stuff to work, then we can probably implement a couple of abilities. I felt like I would be able to put in a lot of abilities, but I should order blueberry tea. Blueberry tea. But I still have a lot of tea. Or do I? I think I maybe have like one. I'm actually almost entirely out. I have one big package of Viola tea, which is... I really love Viola, but it's not that great. Because you can barely taste it. And you basically need sugar in it, and I don't want to put sugar in it. Blueberry tea without caffeine? What? That's not tea then. Yeah, this isn't tea. This is just blueberry soup. No, 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 no. Cranberry. Blueberry muffins. No, no, no. Blueberry Hill. What is that? is this so hard to find? And they barely have it. It's also possible to mix, like I could just buy Earl Grey and mix it with this blueberry tea. That actually works just fine. This is blueberry. I don't know what that is. Fuck is Trondheim? Cranberry, okay. Blueberry, cranberry. That sounds okay. Blueberry Hill. This is another one that doesn't have any tea in it. That's not what I want. And this one is... they don't have it. I have to wait. Ugh. So I don't really know how things are happening here. The spell casting is a little complicated. Everything becomes really annoying because of how it has to work. But that's just reality. It just is how it is. I do think that eventually this will have to be restructured a lot. Like a lot. But that's like for the second game almost. Like that's what that coding project is gonna be. Fixing all of this so that it makes more sense. Right? Because I do think a lot of the solutions here are extremely cumbersome. Unnecessarily so. And kind of confusing. But they work. And that's what matters the most. But it's really difficult to refactor your code prior to writing it. So it is what it is. I don't like the term refactor. Why do we use that? Restructure. Why is it called refactor? Like, they just made up a word. Like, that's all it means. It doesn't have another word. Like, that's what it means. Like, it doesn't mean anything else. Refactor. Etymology. Factor has its origin in Latin. The root means make or maker, hence factory, manufacture, etc. The mathematical sense of factor could possibly be interpreted as how is this number made? So to refactor simply means to remake. Okay. Fine. So the issue is that we are setting the combat phase to casting. So what is happening here? Let's break this down. So action to trigger equals null. That means that a spell has been channeled. That's how that works. The system selects the skill. The skill or the action to trigger is selected in the system first. Gets assigned to action to trigger. And then when the object is meant to trigger it, it gets assigned to the object, and then the object executes it. But when we are when we are casting a spell, the action gets it's kind of the same. The action gets added to the object, and then the object gets put somewhere later in time. And then when we reach it again, we check if the object is performing an action, kind of. And that way we skip the menu, we skip the command input phase, movement, execution, skip all of that. And then we come directly here to action initialization. And the way I chose to do it here is we just check if the system does not have a skill assigned. That means that the object is executing an action, right? And then they just do that. But now we are doing it becomes a little muddy. And that's where I think things will have to be restructured here. Because you have spells like that execute in that order, and then you have spells that are instant that will just execute immediately, and you also have spells that might not even use the casting animation. And that's also something we're gonna do later. And at that point, it's a little like, do I just make that an attack? Just a normal attack? And just call it the spell? In some cases, I think that is the solution, to be honest. But I don't think that's always the solution. Like, let's say there's a melee spell, like a touch spell or something. I think that would be just an action, and then there would be some minor, like, casting animation as part of its attack. Something like that. But I think we can figure this out. But I'll be right back. Hey. Just arguing with somebody about video games being bad. Thinks Warcraft 3 is a good game, and I disagree. He's wrong. Alright, where were we? We're going into here. Action to trigger does not equal null. Spellcasting state equals none. I don't know why I'm checking spellcasting state equals none here, but whatever. Action points spent, AP cost plus combat sequence, action to trigger equals action to trigger. If action to trigger dot use cast animation. And this is where we'll have to see combat base dot casting. What is happening here? If action to trigger equals null, then it goes to action execution. But if we go and check here, we set action to trigger, but we don't actually null action to trigger. So as we go down to casting, action to trigger is not null, so we're going here. And then it says if action to trigger dot use cast animation, spell casting init. And then it says here, if action to trigger is not instant spell, then we go to end of turn. Else, it sets spellcasting state to end. And this is wrong. So this should say dot spellcasting finish. Because that sets the loop to false. But it might still not work because the action might set itself to loop. We'll see. Yeah, it sets itself to loop. It's kind of what I was expecting. So I often make things more complicated for myself than they need to be. So for example, if we go to Action Database and we check RIA Combat Casting. So what I've done here is I've made the casting action consist of 3 different animations in one. So it's kind of like 3 actions in one. And what that means is that the casting itself, the loop refers to the entire thing, kind of. So if loop is set to true, then it'll loop the intro when the intro is playing. If the outro is, or if the loop is playing, then it'll loop the loop. If the outro is playing, then it'll loop the outro. Here I do have like a loop. So when we're doing the intro, it's set to false or true, or loop. But I'm not really sure what to do there, because it's one of those things where I overthink things, and I'm like, should it be set to, like, instead of it saying loop here, it should be like allow loop, so that if loop is true, then it won't loop unless it has allow loop equals true, right? But that's where I always get like a little I think of like extreme edge cases where, like, oh, what if I want to loop something for like testing purposes or whatever, you know, like not even like real scenarios. And then I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe I want everything to be loopable. But like there's no reason for that. Like, not really. So I think ideally this should just say, instead of loop equals true or false, it should say allow loop. And then whenever the loop needs to be broken, that has to be done via code from the outside. Or like the loop has to be determined out from the outside. More or less. I think that's how it should be. And I think if I just change this bool allow. Oh, why is the computer lagging? Oh no, it's because, right. But then here, this is where we need to not set this. Animation.loop. This should be allow loop as well. I saw a Metal Gear today that was solid. Nice. How's that? It's an inside joke for a Metal Gear Solid game. Cool. And then we go to casting. And then the default state of casting should be loop equals true, I think. Hello, Howling Fantods, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. So, casting loop equals true. I don't know if I should set this from inside. Because here we do spell casting init, and that sets the casting action, which then inits it, and then after we can set it to not loop. I think that's fair. Yeah, let's go with that. So now it's looping, loop equals true, and then if we go into the behavior, this looks suspiciously like Unity development. More or less. It's not exactly, but it is. I do work in Unity, but I don't really work with Unity. I'm mostly just using Unity as a platform, but I try to write my own systems and not rely on Unity stuff too much, because I'm meaning to switch over to monogame eventually. But right now I'm trying to finish the prototype in Unity before I start looking at that. So let's see here. If casting finish, loop equals false. If finish casting, loop equals true. I don't feel like it should need, like, finish casting. It should just be... It should just loop. Like, that's all that it should need. Wherever I'm setting finish casting... But it's a little... This is all here. This is all just in this function. So really, all finish casting is doing is it's being set from somewhere outside. And then the script here changes it. So all that needs to be done is that I just change these to loop equals false instead. Because here we have progressed time, right? So here we have if loop, then we loop. But this should be if loop and allow action loop. Wait, where's allow loop? It's in animation. Current animation index. Animation list. Animation list. Current animation index. Dot allow loop. No, allow loop, not mirror. Then we loop. And then here, we get rid of finish casting. We're not going to set loop to true. Loop is already going to be true at this state. This is the intro animation for the casting. And then here, or well, rather, this is where we switch from the intro to the loop. And this is where we switch to the finish. This is where we end the animation. Okay. So then here, spellcasting finish, all we have to say is loop equals false. And then finish casting equals false. Loop equals true in the init. Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do this in like a million places. Because where is this? This is placeholder casting. And we just need to go through it like this then. This is where I'm a little sure about this system. Because every character has its own like casting action that they go into, but the reality is that it's all like the same. I've already made a behavior here called handle combat casting action, so they all just have this. They all just use this in their behavior. But I feel like it would be better if I could just give them like a casting action that supplied the animations instead of making a casting action for each character. But whatever. It's okay for now, perhaps. It's okay until it bites me in the ass later. But let's see. Finish casting. That's something that still exists anywhere? No. If finish casting. Doesn't exist here anymore either. Finish casting. No, there it is. Finalize spell casting by setting state to finish and executing the spell. So this should now be if loop is false and current animation index equals 1. Right. And then finish casting. In fact, let's get rid of it entirely. Does that generate any errors? Okay, let's try it. I'm not sure if I finished setting it. I will find out. You have to click on her, which is wrong. Okay. So she plays the animation, but the spell doesn't finish executing. Why? Casting. It's because we enter here in casting. If action to trigger equals no, then we do this. That's why. We need to do this. I think. Action execution. I don't actually know if I should do a screen dim here. I'm not so sure. But maybe a short one might be okay. But let's see if entering into action execution here might be the play. But like this face is set. What about update? What does the casting update look like? Here. If spellcasting state equals none, action execution. Is spellcasting state just not being set properly? If we go back to action, it's combat action. Casting. Handle casting. Is that just in action? Wait, what the hell? Action database. Ria, casting. Handle combat casting action. LOT action. Yeah. Casting is just an action. Yeah, I guess. Spellcasting state dot loop. Where are these things set? Spellcasting finish. There's where it's set to end. Spellcasting clear. Where's that set? End turn. Interrupt cast. I feel like I should just do it here. Spellcasting clear. Because here we have spellcasting finish. But that's already, it's already been set to that. Execute spell init. Main controller.execute spell init. Spell to cast. If spell to cast does not equal null, I feel like this is what's missing. Spell to cast, execute spell init. That's where spell to cast is set. If spell to cast has ended. But this is... If spellcasting state equals none, combat phase action execution. How does that even work? Action database, action module database. Let's see. Ah, yeah. No, it's in combat module database. Ah, yeah. This should now be a priest barrier instead. Let's go back and use it and see what happens. It's just weird. Because that's not true. Like, it doesn't do this. Because I think it's never, like, in a casting update. Like, if I remove this, I don't think anything will change. Guess it's not supposed to do that. I think that's just, like, ancient. Yeah. So that's fine. We don't really want to do anything in the combat or in the casting update. I think. So here in casting, so casting init. Combat phase set. So this should be action execution. Spellcasting finish. But then let's see. In action, handle combat casting action. Here we have spellcasting finish. Spellcasting state. Spell to cast equals execute spell init. Here is execute spell init. And that triggers the spell. So why is it not triggering the spell? Do we need to do this, maybe? Execution. If spell to cast does not equal null, execute spell. Okay, that's what the issue is, I think. If action to trigger equals null, return. If used dual scene, else exit phase. If I go here, it'll go to end turn immediately. This isn't quite right either. Because now the casting is set to idle. I feel like this needs another thing. Exit phase. Because I feel like it shouldn't end turn until this spell has finished playing its animation. Oh boy, my brain. My brain. Let's save, run it again, and see what it does. Okay. It should be printing some stuff. Oh. Clear, command, barrier. Now it's doing weird things. Target range, validated tiles count. Self-target or no action to trigger, cancelled. Check mouse target. Sure, yeah. Turn delayed by 4. Enter casting phase. Casting phase, path B. Goes in here. If action to trigger, use casting animation. Then it should do this. It goes directly to action execution. And that's what I said. If we go directly to action execution, it's going to immediately end the turn as well. And that's what it does. Entering execution, trigger ability. State casting is idle true. And that's what this is, where this is happening. In a bit of a weird way, I think. Because he counts as idle, or she counts as idle, which then means that we end up setting exit phase to true, and then we just exit immediately. End turn. Yeah, and that's not what's supposed to happen. But I'll be right back. You know what? There's a lot of spaghettification going on here, which is a little annoying. Let's see. Combat phase update. No. Or is it? Combat phase update. Casting. Empty. Combat or action execution. Here we're just trying to end the turn. I feel like this needs to be a bit more nuanced. Because right now what's happening is that every time we set an action, we set it to is idle. So if the action counts as being idle, then we set the state to idle. But the issue is that it's not that simple. It is not that simple. Because if we go to the action database and we check Terrestria casting, here I've set it to is idle equals true, but that's not true. That's the problem. Because the entire casting animation does not count as being idle. So in handle combat action, what we need to do is here we set it to loop, right? Or this is the spell casting state is set to loop. And this is where we have to say if loop is true, then user dot action module dot is idle equals true. But that's the only place where it's true. If we are currently, if the animation is set to loop and she is in the loop state, then it counts as being idle. Otherwise, it should not. And then here we're going into the end. And this here, it should say user.action module.isIdle equals false. And then here, when it gets set back to combat idle, that automatically sets it to true again. Let's see if that fixes it. I feel like it's way too finicky. But it worked. It worked. She cast the spell. But she did not cast it correctly. I want that to be very clear. It got executed incorrectly. Well, maybe not. I think it's actually all spells are music loud today. All spells are kind of executed incorrectly. It's the timing is just off. And that's something that I'll have to adjust later. Because if we look at, if we cast the barrier executes instantaneously when we start the outro section of the casting animation. But the spell should execute somewhere at like the 80% mark or something of the casting animation. And that will vary from character to character. Exactly where the timing is. But I feel like that's a detail that we can work on later. Because now that it's Aya's turn, if we cast Barrier, you can see the same thing happen there. So like, now she's purple, that means loop. And then we go in to red. And it immediately begins casting the spell. And now it ends. It goes black, purple. Black is just intro. Purple is casting. Red is outro. There we cast the spell. Let's go to the placeholder spell. And we're gonna say the bottom is the pivot. There, that's more like it. I only have one sound effect in the implemented, so I used it for everything just to tell that it works. And we can cast a self barrier. Okay. And then what? That actually works, so it's pretty much done. Let's take a little look. It's just we don't really have that much right now. Buffs. I kind of wanted to implement damage spells, but now I'm not really sure what to put in. Let's take a look at what I have written before. Thank you for just shifting things around as I'm trying to click Google Docs. It's very kind of you. Ria's Empower Blade. We can re-implement Cyrus Gaze. Even though I don't exactly have an animation for it anymore. I mean, I have the old one. But I think I've changed it a little bit. I could just try to put in the new one. Oh, it's not an animation, it's just like a frame. Bells. You know what? I'm gonna put it here. Cyrus Gaze. Cyrus Gaze. Burns enemies in the targeted area. And this is where the AoE info will be a little... So I'm not exactly sure. I think we're just gonna make it plus shaped. There are so many annoying issues otherwise. At least for now. The AoE size. How big should it be? It's gonna have an origin size of I wanna say 2. 2, 2, 1. And the size should be maybe 3 or something. That means it's pretty big. Let's just set it to 3 for now. And then we'll see. Target type. Blast AoE. Targeting method. Line. Sure. Combat action type. Offensive. Hits. And how should this work? I feel like it should do like 5. Five damage. Damage type. I don't really like this. I don't think magic should be a damage type. It should be just fire or elemental or something like that. And this here, it should just have one animation. But how many hits should it do? Thinking maybe like 5 hits. This doesn't exist. We should actually just copy suture. Suture front. Suture just does this. That. But then this should be... If we're doing 5 hits, we need 5 of these. Let's do it this way instead. Yes, all the hits are supposed to be there. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then action time 8, 10. I mean I don't know. We'll just use some values here. And then here we have the triggers, and it's gonna do the same thing. Case 0, case greater than or equal to 0, and less than 5, right? And we're just gonna do this. Stage, stage, stage. Actually, I think that should just be play sound 1. This should not apply barrier. It should do user.targetObject.combatModule.apply damage. User its strength. Damage, damage type, killing blow. Damage type. And then we'll say if stage equals 4, then true, else false. Actually, I feel like all of these could be killing blow. But let's not do that. Let's do that later, if then. Because the way it works, or the way I've set it up, is that attacks cannot kill until their final hit. So that the entire animation can play out without it looking weird, that enemies just collapse in the middle of it. Speaking of which, I wonder if that's something I fucked up before. If we go to triple stab, apply damage, true. What if we go to, like, Wayland, last resort? Yeah, it's not true. If stage equals 4, then true, otherwise false. Lights out. I think the last one here applies like 0 damage. Yeah, it does 0 damage. I wonder if 0 damage can trigger a killing blow. It should. Because it's not about the damage. Pistol. Let's use this to test. Let's see if we go to the object combat module database. We give Aya 10 health. We pop in this guy. Shoot her in the face. Blam. She dies after. True. dies there. Yeah, I think that kind of works correctly then. What if we try it on Rhea? She has real animations. Because she's not supposed to play her full hurt animation if she dies. Blam, 100 damage. One hit and one more hit and should kill her. Blam. No, she dies. I want to fix that. How do we fix that? Action database. Apply damage. Here, set temporary action by index. Damage taken, hurt. Damage type is not bleeding. If killing blow, kill. Set action by index. Yeah, I know what's happening. So I made a system where I can set an action, but I also have two other action types, or two action slots, kinda. It's you have you have an action slot, and you have a temporary action slot, and you have a requested action slot. So I think that's a little, again, overcomplicating it because of like edge cases that I can dream up, but not like actually solidify in my mind. Basically, if you set a temporary action, that pauses the current action and plays the temporary action until it's done, then nulls it, and then it continues playing the original action. Because that's a way to not have to fiddle with states in combat, for example. Like when she takes damage, all I do is I play like a flinch animation or taking damage as a temporary action, and then she can just go back to whatever she was doing, which is gonna be just her combat idle animation. And the requested action is for like story stuff, like coded things. That's the idea, at least. So that can overwrite everything without necessarily override, or it can override but not necessarily overwrite. Um, and what's happening is that I am setting Rhea to die when she gets shot. But what's happening is that the flinch animation or the hurt animation is set as temporary, while the death animation is not set as temporary. So that means that the death animation doesn't play until the temporary animation is finished. And that's what needs to be changed here. So, furthermore, if we apply damage, damage type does not equal bleeding. If damage applied is greater than, and this else. I was thinking of making them flinch when they take bleed damage, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think that's gonna look stupid. Here, I'm gonna say, if total damage applied, then we're gonna set temporary action to flinch, not hurt. And then we're gonna say, if killing blow is false, else no, we're gonna do internally here. If killing blow is false, then we're gonna flinch. Actually, you know what? Let's determine this at the end. Let's not do this here. Let's go down here. This is where we do kill. So we're gonna say well, this isn't accurate either. Because I just said that attacks that do 0 damage should be able to trigger the killing blow. What we'll do is this. If killing blow and health current equals 0, kill. Else, we'll do this. If total damage applied is greater than 0, then if killing blow is not true, then we set it to flinch. Else, we're gonna set it to hurt. And then we return false. That makes sense to me. Okay. Bad unit to test on, but sure. No, that does work. Does his double stab work? Yeah, she didn't die though, so. Just pray that she doesn't die from bleeding. She should die now. Yeah. Yeah, it worked. Facing... The facing doesn't work, for sure, but... Alright, let's try to test some other scenarios here. Let's do the Wayland Aya test. On multiple Ayas. Wayland, blaster with a pistol. Bam, she dies immediately. Then we go in and we use lights out. Bam, bam, bam. She dies on the third hit. Now, I do think death should have multiple parts. They shouldn't count as idle immediately when they die. They should count as idle when the animation has finished playing. And then here we can try the big attack. What is happening here? Wait, what just happened? Oh no, there's a bug! Oh no, what? It... So weird, what just happened? Here's a bug. Oh no, she just can't go that far. The death-related bug? I think... Oh! Perhaps... Yeah. She died. This got modified. What does it do? Kill. Right, this cannot be modified tile. This needs to just be lower corner position raw. And I have been worried about that happening. Basically, I have some getters for positioning. The modified tile at lower corner position basically fetches a lot of things. Modified tile center position. It fetches modified position raw, which is internal position plus movement preview modifier, dual scene position modifier, like all of this. It's the modified position. Then it converts into a tile position, which I don't really like, but it's like, it doesn't matter. Either you set the tile position as you are moving, or you fetch it as you need it. Both solutions are dog shit. So it doesn't matter. But generally speaking, I have not modified a unit's position at all, or needed to like modify the world in any real way, as the combat sequence is playing out. So what happened here is that as I kill the unit, I'm trying to set the ground to be traversable where they were standing. But because I'm using the modified position, it's altering the tiles where it has been moved to during the combat sequence. But I don't feel like that was the whole problem there. I feel like there was more going on. But maybe not. Because I was standing... I was standing inside of Aya when she was alive, but... It was like this. Like, I don't remember exactly how they were positioned, but it was something like this, right? Then I shot her. And that's where it happened. Yeah. Now it seems correct. Because she got moved here, and then she died. And then half of this character's tiles got set to not have collision. Yeah. Makes sense. Now we can walk anywhere there. Okay. Oh. Anyway, we were implementing new skills, and then I got mega sidetracked. Bells. Cyrus Gaze. Front. I'm thinking of something completely different, by the way. Uh, there are some issues with the current gameplay that I get a little caught up in pondering about. And we are going to stand for a while. Too much sitting. I wish I didn't buy a manual racing desk. But hey, it's exercise, I suppose. Yeah. Mm. Sure, whatever. Good enough. I think the spell is actually like almost finished here, but for spells, it's unfortunately not as simple as just smacking in. Placeholder. Why am I not doing it here? Like, I feel like it should just be... Because if we look here, end behavior... That does, like, execution triggers and stuff. But all we're doing is has ended. Right, how am I handling other actions? Like, just basic shit like... hurt. Handle hurt. Progress time. Has ended. I feel like that should not be here. I feel like this should be... at the end of progress time. Like here. If... I'm not sure. I feel like action time index is greater than action length. Man, I don't know. This is at the end of behavior. I just feel like there's no reason for this to be here. It should just be here. At the end of progress time. That way, I don't have to do weird things here for spells. Like I did suture here for front. It does front here. Behavior. Like I don't feel like I should have to end behavior. Maybe I should. This is a combat action. Yeah. But I feel like this is the wrong place to have it. I don't feel like this should be behavior. I feel like this should be something else. I feel like it should be something called... check if ended or some shit. And then it should say if then it should say end behavior. I still don't really like that I'm doing all this all the time, but something like that. But this is just action. Because here we have end behavior, which is vastly different, right? But that should still be fine. So I feel like now what we should do no, we should still do this, because I have to, the command stage has to be like that. Action time is greater than animation length. This is where, I don't know, I feel like this should be action length, but it doesn't matter, it's the same thing. The action length is just, some actions have multiple animation sets in them. Like you can have a like an intro, a loop, or an outro. And the action length is just me adding them all together. I feel like I just did something that doesn't matter at all. Because now I like handle idle action. Progress time. Idle never checks for that. Combat flinch action. Progress time. And here we do base behavior. But I feel like we should just do this here. Like at the end of flinch, we're just gonna say check if ended. Handle combat hurt action. Base behavior. I feel like for the moment we should split these. But I also feel like that should be like that. Handle combat death action. Why is this so weird? Oh, yeah, that's why. If current animation index, here we're gonna say else if is idle, else if user dot action module dot is idle is false, then we're gonna set user dot action module to is idle equals true. I'll be right back. But then here we have base behavior again, but this one doesn't do anything. There's no reason to have that there. That should never end unless set to end. Use item. I kind of don't know how these things end. If we have progress time here, and it never gets set to end or anything. I don't know. But this one is different too. Right? This one doesn't need the check. it sets itself back to idle. Dual outro. Again, does nothing there. If action time is greater than action length, then it sets it back to combat idle. So this one doesn't need as ended. In fact, for every action, like everything that's an action, I mean, it was there. It's just I deleted it, right? So it actually needs it. Kind of. Like, this one shouldn't. This could be changed to as ended. That's what that can be changed to. I wonder if the idle is broken. Mm. No, it should be okay. It's just odd, like, I think I just put base behavior on everything, but it shouldn't have that. It's like an idle shouldn't check if it's ended. The idle always loops. So does a walk, it always loops. The only time the walk action is changed is externally from the control. From the controls. Same with run. Combat idle also doesn't end. Combat walk also doesn't end. Handle combat duel intro. Yep. I think base.behavior should always be gone now. Like, I should be able to just delete base.behavior blanket. Triple stab has a base dot behavior. Huh? It goes all the way to action. Huh? His combat action doesn't have a base dot behavior. That's why. Alright. Okay. Base dot end behavior user main controller in the current document replace with a space. I think that should be fine. So far, I don't see any issues. This is an issue, but that's not related to like that big change I just made. You need to go to action. Action is here. Death. If current animation index is less than action length, then we set sprite progress time. And then when that is not true, we end up here. Right, like, there shouldn't be an issue. We still have base behaviors here, though. Weird. Because I feel like it should do this. Because it's like, death isn't a loop. If we check placeholder death, yeah, loop is false. Allow mirror true. Action length. So what is the issue here? This looks exactly the way it should be, to me at least. Death set to idle. Death set to idle is never true. Why? Huh? Handle combat death action. If user.action module is idle is false, we set it to true. Death user idle state equals user.action module.is idle. Because this works, right? Like the entire point of this here is that the current animation index progresses beyond action length. Oh, hold on. Wait, what is current? This should be current action time index. That's what that should be. It's kind of weird that it worked. And now they're just in an idle state there, yeah. Alright, we can kill again. Killing is back on the menu. That was weird. Let's go to combat module. Then we go and we're gonna find kill. Kill sets the action state to death. And it is called here. If killing blow and health current equals 0. Am I still calling this somewhere up here? No, but I feel like I kind of should be. But this is a bug that I can't be arsed to fix, because this is just an animation problem. So what I did before was I added the flinch manually into the hurt animation. The flinch is when you take damage, and the hurt is after you take damage. There's like a longer animation for it to recover. But earlier I didn't have a flinch, so I was just playing the hurt, and I was just playing like the first frame of the hurt and not progressing it to create the flinch, and then it would just like reset and keep it in the flinch until it was over. But now I have a flinch and a hurt animation separately. And that's because I don't think everything should create a hurt. Like, if you get blasted with some kind of spell, it would depend on the spell, in my opinion. Like when, if it should get, if you should play your hurt animation, because otherwise everyone's gonna like dance around all over the place. They might have even need multiple hurt animations, because this hurt animation is for the duel sequence. And getting shot with a spell and Rhea like taking a huge step back and then shaking her head and recovering, I think is too much. That's something you do when you get hit by something in the duel. Otherwise, I think they should pretty much just flinch. And that actually creates a problem. Because killing blow can no longer be a boolean. Killing blow must now be an enumerator. Or an enum. Enums. So, public enum what should I call it? I don't know if killing below like makes sense. Let's call it flinch type is wrong. Hurt type. Is that and then this needs to be a couple. Just add none, just in case. I think none is probably like not really ever gonna happen, but it might. it could make, for example, I could just give bleed like a hurt type 0, and that way when I do damage I don't have to check if it is bleed, I can just check for the hurt type. And then we need flinch equals 1. Flinch final equals 2. Dual equals 3. Dual final equals 4. Yes, because that depends, right? Like, should maybe the flinch looks a bit different in a duel. Not sure. And then we go to, what's it? Combat module. Gonna move action back here. And then we do what? I forgot what I was doing. Combat module. Here, instead of this killing blow equals false, it should be hurt type. Let's rename it to hurt type. I think it's a stupid name, but hurt type. And then here, if hurt type equals flinch final, or hurt type equals dual final, else total damage applied. We don't actually need to check for bleeding. We can just say if hurt type equals flinch else if hurt type equals hurt type dot dual final. Focus. Flinch duel. Like that. Then I have a bunch of errors. So what is happening here? Bleed apply. Apply damage. Hurt type. And just get rid of that. Why was it true? Oh yeah, that's because bleeding needs to be a killing blow. So if we go to enums and we add another one that we just call death. I don't know why I put numbers on them. Like, just let them do the numbers naturally. It's just so much easier. Just let the computer handle it. So we're gonna have none, death, flinch, flinch final. And then I want to go back to the combat module. And then here, this is then just going to be her type death. And what that means is that if somebody takes damage, from this, they're not going to flinch, but they will get killed by it. So we'll go back to apply damage, and then we go down here. And then here we're gonna say if her type is greater than or equal to flinch final, just to make this a little bit less there. Well, that means that death needs to just be down here. This is the equivalent of killing blow equals true before. It's just... these are all like special cases for killing blow equals true, but this is what killing blow equals true was before, and this is false. brain. I'm dying. What am I doing? We're doing hurt. Hurt. And then we have to go and fix it everywhere. So this is... if stage 4, then dual, then hurt type dot dual final, else hurt type dual. Okay. Apply damage. It says that there's an error here, but it's not showing shit. I think it's maybe just here, yeah. So this is then hurt type dual final. And these here are all hurt type dual. Okay, not hit shake. Light damage. There. This is triple stab. Where is this? Wayland pistol. I honestly hate having functions that's just all on one line. In almost every case. Like if it's 1 or 2 parameters, I can accept it. But I don't see how you would ever want your code to not have like sections like this. And that's why it's so confusing to me that Visual Studio obliterates this kind of formatting if you try to do it with like snippets and stuff. I don't know how else you would do it. Like, you're just gonna have a line that's like infinity long, and that's just what people want? That's just insane to me. Oh, it's the true that needs to go there. But I do feel like this should probably be in the hits itself. Like, the hit information should contain this info. Or whatever. And this is double stab. Let's just move on. If Sage 4, this is Cyrus Gaze, then we'll say Lynch hurt type dot lynch final, else hurt type dot lynch. But again, during this spell, I kind of feel like I want them to die when they die. Because it's like, when we're in a duel and we're attacking, it looks and feels weird if the character collapses before the combo is finished. But if we're casting a spell on somebody, and that spell has like multiple hits, it depends a little bit on the spell. Like in this case, it would be like a continuous beam that you take damage. And multiple targets could take, like, let's say 5 people are taking damage, like that. If in that scenario, if I wait until the final hit, then all 5 are going to collapse at the same time. And that in that case, then that'd look weird. So here is a scenario where I feel like each hit should be a killing blow, so that if one character dies, he will die when he dies. And it'll make the whole thing feel a lot more natural. Because that's the point, right? It's making it feel natural, and that's kind of the case with them not dying during a combo, because otherwise the character will just continue attacking. Like, what if they die on the first hit and it's like a 5-hit combo? Then they're just going to be standing there wailing. So I think this has to change later, but we can ponder that after we have implemented this spell at all. Because right now, I don't even know where I am with it. But we need to go to like infinite different places. Object database. Here we have a spell called Suture. Let's take Suture, copy it, paste it, call it Cyrus Gaze. This is actually Suture front. This is then Cyrus Gaze front. Placeholder, spells. This is not implemented. This is an action module. So we need to make an action module for Cyrus Gaze. Action database. Templar. Cyrus Gaze, the front. Back. There. But here, I think we should have a Cyrus Gaze here, shouldn't we? We had. Alright, let's see. Let's make one. Barrier. I don't know. This might be outdated down here. There's Gaze. Something, something, something. And I don't think this really matters. Should all be fine. I think this is needed. Don't know why this would ever be mirrored, but it doesn't matter that much. In the animation database, action database. This is where Iris Gaze back. Effect spells. Cyrus Gaze dot back dot Cyrus Gaze dot beam back. Cyrus Gaze back. front. Then combat module database. Aya should have this case. Maria should have Cyrus case. I think it's still probably super broken. I don't even know if it works because it's set to blast AoE, and blast AoE isn't... I haven't made one before, so yeah, it crashes. It doesn't work. Crashes here. Mouse controller. I just wanted to implement skills and stuff. But every single skill needs additional programming. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh, just stretching. Oh. if PF result does not equal null. So basically we are... This is target type ground. What is it set to? Action database. Spell. Target type blast AoE. Right? And this says target type ground. What if we change this to blast AoE? Because I think we just ended up with the else. We move over her, it crashes. Just there. Yeah, we need to add some more things here. The AoE info. Needs to say fool, ignore caster. I mean, we have last parameters here, right? Blocked by unit, blocked by obstacle. Ignore self equals 16. Ignore ally equals 32. I remember there was like something else you did for the bitwise ones. Or was that all you did? You just set them to the bits? Yeah, okay, fair enough. But here I feel like it should be the same. Targeting method bitwise. Ignore self, ignore ally. Blocked by unit. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. Because you might say that like a ranged attack shooting with a bow, you might be able to shoot past your ally, or you may not. I'm just saying it could be a thing. And only enemies block. But I don't know about that. This here. That way, we can do this via the blast parameter, which is currently just set to 0. Blast parameters. Line. And this is Cyrus Gaze. It's not blocked by units, it's only blocked by walls. It is an airstrike, kind of, but I don't know if I want to mess with that right now. So that was supposed to be a bit different. Ignore self. Ignore ally. Well, no. This shouldn't be here. This should just be line. That's it. It shouldn't ignore anyone. But the targeting method should be bitwise. So it's line-based. But it doesn't ignore self, and it doesn't ignore ally. What do I mean with ignore ally? It says... well, either way, I think it should only be that. Blocked by obstacle. No, just do line. But that's where we pass in the targeting method, and then we go into range find. And targeting method bitwise. And this is where ignore origin bounds. It should be set here. So bool ignore origin bounds equals tf data dot targeting, no, let's just say targeting method, and what is ignore self. That's 16, and 16 is not equal 0. Ignore ally. This is for targeting method. Line path. This needs to be like... targeting method bitwise. Just don't know if this matters. Am I using this at all right now? Man, I don't think so. Oh, oh, it's not implemented at all. Check line collision. That's where it's set in. Line collision. Using targeting method. Blocked by unit, blocked by obstacle. That's being set here. That's okay. So we actually shouldn't be setting everything here because this is a static and it won't get passed. But here, like, ignore origin bounds. Targeting range.line. It shouldn't be set here. That's just reality. It should be set per skill, not per type. And then here we're doing check line collision. But is this even used? Like, ignore origin bounds. It's not... It's set here. Okay, it's set there. Which we kind of don't need to set it then. We can just pass in targeting method. And then we set it here. If we just do that, then that'll become false. If this is not Yeah. And this here, this should also just be same, but it should be the opposite. Right? Am I stupid? Ignore origin bounds. If targeting method and 16 equals 0, then it gets set to true. No, if it's not equal 0, then this is true. Yeah. So all that's needed is this. That should be correct. Literally didn't fix a single thing there, it just it crashes on the exact same place. This is unfortunately quite tricky. I think maybe I'm gonna take a break, as usual, by just leaving you hanging here with the stream live, and I go to the grocery store and buy some milk. But we have been going for 4 hours, so I do need a I need a break no matter what. And I would like to continue doing more if we can. I do have some other things to do, but I'd like to make some progress on programming. And it is Friday. Should I buy some beers? I don't want to get drunk tonight. No, not yet. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a little walk, and we'll be back in a bit. See you soon. Yep. And we're gonna lower this thing again. Hey. All right. Do you think that break's gonna help at all? Oh. The question is, why is it not? I feel like it's in here somehow. Somehow it's this, like we're not getting any tiles. Target type, blast AoE. Mouse tile bound. Pathfinding mode targeting. But this isn't really true. Like, target and origin is the same, but... that shouldn't always be true. You should be able to blast yourself with a spell. I wonder if this should always, and at any point, be true. I don't know. Hmm. Okay. This is for pattern. Right. Let's check what the PB AoE is like, because that one works. Here. Oh, my pathfinding shit, this is so complicated. I don't remember what I did. Pathfinding data. Target bounds, origin bounds. Why am I complicating this so much? Because I have for the pathfinding, I have origin bounds and I have target bounds. And the reason for that is so that I can pass in the origin of the object without passing in the object. But it makes everything so complicated because now it's like, okay, but a fireball is just a fireball and it's just gonna explode somewhere. And there the origin bounds would be the center, right? But no, that should be target bounds. No, I think we should delete target bounds. And object script, let's name that to source object. And we go back here. Target tile bounds. Single target, ranged. We delete that. And then mouse tile bounds should now be this. And then we're gonna pass in current object. And then here, we're again gonna remove that. PBAOE, current object. And then here, blast AoE. This is gonna be mouse tile bounds there. And then we pass in current object. Movement path. And even here, I don't know. Target type, origin bounds. But I don't want that. And then here we should have current object. But unfortunately, that means I'm gonna have to like refactor a bunch of things here. Ah! This is Pathfind. It's a little different. I feel like I am smashing too much into the same thing. So, pathfinding. I feel like pathfinding should have some base methods. It should have a core pathfinding method, and it should have 2 overloads. Do you use the different spellings of words like color or color in coding for anything? No, not really. I just kind of spell it whatever way feels correct at the moment. But I also want to change the name here. Like, I don't like the origin bounds. I kind of want this to be like target bounds. But that's also wrong. But not really. It's wrong, but it isn't. Let's say target bounds. Target origin. It's just that origin, for some reason, it makes me confused. It makes sense that origin is like the center of where you are trying to pathfind from, or you're trying to like do line casting. Like that is the origin. But it makes me think that it has more to do with the source. Right? Like that's the origin as well. That's an origin. So I just get confused. So let's try changing it to target bounds only, and then we have a source object here. And then we go back to the mouse controller, and that's fine. And then we go back to where is it? The pathfinding. Yeah, it's up there. But there's no way this functions now. Wait, how hard did I just fuck up? I think I fucked up hard. Potentially. Maybe not. Structs. Because here's the thing, right? I just changed origin bounds to target bounds. That means we need target bounds. No, I think it should be... It should be like that. Target origin bounds. Why do I do that? Why do I have one thing here and I call it something else there? I do that sometimes and it's so confusing. Alright, let's go back again to here. Origin bounds, rename to target bounds. But then here, target location, movement distance, origin area size, target bounds, origin area, position equals origin, bounds equals target bounds. This is where things get weird. So generates the original starting location. Yeah. So this is where things get wrong. So this shouldn't be this. Origin area size. This should be pf data dot. Well, let's set it up. pf data dot source object dot bounds tile bounds dot minvec3. The bounds are just the bounds. Origin area size should just be source object dot data module dot value dot tile size. Origin area size dot set. Can you set that? Because you can set that. Yeah, okay. So that's what that should be. Because here we are doing pathfind. Here we have the actual target bounds. If movement path and new tile target bounds, that's correct. This object is small. This is not used anymore. Object is small, it's not used. This is not used. Too much green. This is where I'm not sure. Like, should this be target bounds? Or should this be origin? There's no current object in here. Init target mode. Static pathfinding result. Init target mode. This is where this should be null. There is no target. Range find. So target bounds should be nullable. That way, we have no target bounds here for range find. And so, the mode is targeting range line. Okay? So targeting range line. TF data, target bounds. This is where target bounds shouldn't be a thing. Targeting range line. Origin bounds should be pf data dot source object dot tile bounds. Position is origin bounds dot minvec3. And here, target area size, target bounds. I don't think this is something that should be set even. If origin size equals null, Because this is for setting ranges. This is for something else. Target area size. I think it kind of matters. Yes. So if we set origin bounds here, we can then say if origin size for the AoE equals null, then it's supposed to be the size minvec dot x min. Size dot x size dot y. Need more milk. I hate things that are difficult. I think programming should be easy. I don't think it should be hard. I bought sour once on accident. Fuck. Shouldn't have bought anything, but I did. It was Friday. They're not that sour, but they're not that good either. Oh. This is needed because it kind of affects the shape of the AoE. We pop open this as we usually do. The idea is that you have the origin here, and then you have an area We have an AoE. Let's say the range is like 3. And you end up with this. Right. But what if the AoE is larger? Like, this makes sense if your AoE is 4 or smaller, right? Because then you can move it around like this. This is where it goes. Kind of. But I would argue that even for 4, the AoE should probably be different. Because it should be from the corners nearest each other, if that makes sense. So if it's 4, the range should actually be 3 from the nearest corner. So it would be like this, because this is 1, 2, 3, right? So it can reach here. But then it can reach here as well, because here it's 1, 2, 3. But it can't be here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the range would be here. 1, 2, 3. And as you can see, that means that the range is different. And it gives it a true range that looks something more like this, right? Yeah. So this is what you get. It's kind of the same, but it isn't. Or at least this is the idea of it. So in other words, the range is basically range plus AoE origin size. Because if it had like a range of 1 and it was 4 in size, the origin, it would be like this, right? Then you'd end up with that. And you'd end up with an AoE that looks kind of like this. And then it would be like this here would not exist. It would go like that. And then we'd end up here, and it would go like that. You'd end up with an almost square AoE. like that. That would be an AoE origin of 4 and a range of 1, meaning you can place it in front of yourself. But ideally, I would say the origin should never be anything other than 2 or 1. More or less. That's what that's supposed to be. And then here now we have targeting. Origin bounds. The origin bounds when targeting should be source object dot tile bounds. Target area size is just origin bounds as well. Range is AoE size. Then we have target type blast AoE. Position equals target bounds dot value dot min vec. Offset. This is it if pattern is not null. Let's not look at pattern. Target origin bounds. Origin bounds. This should be named target bounds. I feel like origin bounds should be nullable, and origin bounds should always be set to pf equals pf data dot source object dot file bounds. But not like that. It needs to be set to null, and then it needs to be set to if data.source object does not equal null, then we'll say origin bounds equals that. And I kind of want to rename it to like source bounds. Maybe that's more specific, so my brain can deal with it. If targeting range line source bounds here we're maybe I'll say debug.log if source bounds, no, if pf data.source object equals null, then we'll say debug.log source object is null. In pathfinding range range find. Targeting range line. The mode name is kind of ass. Targeting a range check. Linear, maybe. It's an even worse name. Yeah. And basically what that means is that if there is no source object, we should kind of not be doing it. Because the entire point here is to just find a range and return it. But I don't know if it matters. Well, let's do this. If area of effect origin size equals null, then we do source bounds. Else area of effect dot value dot origin size dot value. Position source bounds dot value min vec. And that should be fine. Then here we have the PBAOE, source bounds. This is set already. For the PBAOE, the source bounds should always be, or the target area size should always be the size of the object. AoE bounds. Unnecessary assignment of value. Yeah, AoE bounds, I felt was like... Yeah, it's completely unused. Let's delete that because it's confusing. The AoE bounds, that's for... I mean, technically... Technically. Technically, there could be a pattern. There could technically be a pattern. Oh, I don't want to implement pattern. I wish AI programming was real. I wish AI would take my job. Yeah, it would be so much easier. That GPT slay this script. We are so close. It's so close now, I think. So close until I have to fix something else. Oh my god. I can't tell. It smells like sewage. It's just me. Not sure. Like very faint. What time is it? 6 hours. Okay. Here. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get even more milk. Then we can play some video games for a few minutes. Maybe that'll help. I did buy a bunch of games, but nothing to play there like that. Let's just turn on He's Coming for a while. I wonder if they updated it. I don't think so. You can choose to banish an item. Yeah, that's good. That's super needed. Where's all the fucking treasures? Spider's gonna kill me. Come on, man. There. I haven't managed to find the I've not managed to find a combo for this. Death.
it's loud. I don't know if there are any combos for the Spear Shield. No, Golem is a million miles away. Did I... Nice. What do we buy? Oh, we made it. Kill him! It's easy. Not even hard. Got a gate there. But I feel like the jewelry is kind of not that good. Killed myself! The healing didn't kick in because I bought food. I took food that then resulted in me being below my halfway point, which meant I couldn't become wounded. So I didn't get healed, and then I died. That was a little silly. The hero sword is really good. But only if you can get the full combo. That's not the combo. That's the combo. Turn start. If you have armor, gain armor. Can we get an edge? Gain armor. Sure. Stole 2 gold. I hate ravens. Need to get one of these 2 sets. Assault Greaves. None of those are particularly good. That's good. That's not sure if worth the effort, but sure. That was apparently a thing. What's the next boss? Frostbite Druid. Ice Trap is great. Unfortunately, my healing is really bad here. I can't heal up to full. All I want is a shield. I can kill him. We should be okay, though. I have a lot of armor. I'm not so sure. I think we lose. Yeah, I lose. Freezing Edge. Battle start, give the enemy 3 freeze. That's pretty good. Sure. Alright. Where were we? Let's give it a go. Again. What did we say? If pattern does not equal null. Then it should do the same thing as down here, shouldn't it? If pattern does not equal null. We need to do something like that. Offset. Origin point. Ah, shit. Well, I think that's fine. It's a bit of an issue, right? Because you can't make if you have a range or a size of an AoE, you can make it work with any unit size. But if you have a pattern, you can't. Because the pattern has to have a certain origin size to just function and make sense. So there you'd have to make new ones. Yeah. But I think there's a possibility of making patterns procedurally as well. So you can just tell how what the pattern should be like, and then you can create a method for each pattern that can be resized. But that's not necessary right now. That's only for like a point-based one anyway. And I don't think that's generally needed for it to be like dynamic. Anyway, origin point. Position equals source bounds dot value dot minvec3 target bounds AoE length. That would be AoE bounds dot size Still not convinced the AoE bounds are needed for anything. AoE length is also not needed. Blast AoE. Source bounds. That's source bounds. It's already set. Blast AoE, target bounds, PF data, target bounds, position. Position shouldn't really be something that it needs. No, I don't think position is really used. Because I already have a position is unused. What if we go up here and we just delete position? Stupid name anyway, doesn't mean enough. What position? Here, AoE bounds, source bounds. So it's really just source bounds.minvec. That's all it is. Source bounds. What is happening? Offset, temp size. No, the source bounds are just the source bounds. What the fuck am I doing here? Target bounds equals pf data dot target bounds dot value. Don't really know what this was. AoE length isn't used. I think. Target area size. I don't think that matters here either. Because the blast AoE has has target bounds. I mean, the area size is just that. Or did I forget? I think the area size only matters for target, for the range. To generate the range. Otherwise, I don't think it matters. If area of effect dot value dot pattern equals null, then we go in here. Outer size, target bounds dot value dot size. Then we create an inner size based on that. Object position. This is very odd. This should just be source bound. No, not source. This should be target bounds. I think. That's not true either. This should depend. Because this here... This object position. Let's just say target position. Target center position. Origin, and here it's confusing again. Check line collision, origin bounds. Target center plus pos offset. Right. And the origin bounds here are the actual origin. I'm gonna change this to... But it's not really true, it's not really source bound. This is where it should be like... I'm just not sure if this is something that ever has I feel like this should just be an LOT object. Ignore origin bounds. Let's rename this to ignore. What is happening? Ignore source bounds. And then this is just file bounds. There we go. I managed to lose all the 10 viewers that were here. Now we're back to normal. This is what the stream is supposed to be like. Thank you. Hello. We're not gonna push it that much longer, but I did wanna try to get this to do something. This is for sure 100% gonna be one of those things that I'll come back to and refactor, and it's gonna delete like 80% of the code, and it's just gonna do the same thing anyway. For sure. Because this feels so overcomplicated. No, it's done over here. But why is target bounds uninitialized? It's not uninitialized. Fuck you. Unassigned local variable. Fuck off. Oh, hold on. What is this? This is this else. Target bounds. Yeah, I guess. But this is if pattern does not equal null. And that means this is where position was set. What this is, it should say if pf data dot area of effect equals null, then it should return null. Attempting range find without supplied area of effect. Error. And target bounds. Target bounds equals pf data dot target bounds. don't need to set that there. Raining a lot. Single target source bounds equals target bounds. It's not true either. There's not a single thing being set in single target right now, by the way. That's a lot of rain. I'm afraid it's gonna be lightning. How much do you think I broke everything here? Does anything work? Like, it could be so bad that literally nothing works now. Pathfinding doesn't work. All the skills no longer work. Don't know why I placed so many of them. Yeah. It crashed. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I want this to be over with so bad. PF data target bounds. How is target bounds null? It's because this is range find. And then here range find, blast, PBAOE, self, single target. Single target range find. Mouse tile bounds. It's there, so what's the problem? EF data, target bounds. It's right there. Mouse tile bounds. Here. Static pathfinding result. Here target bounds is null. If target bounds equals null, then we're gonna say target bounds equals pf data dot source object dot tile bounds. Hmm. try that.
I broke it all! It's all broken! Oh! Mm.
So where's the issue? Targeting, if we just focus on this first. Targeting range check linear. Static pathfinding result. Init target mode. This is what we're running. Init range find. Targeting range check. Action to trigger. Targeting method. Target type. Target bounds. It does not have a target bound because it is null. It's got a range, area of effect, current unit. Action to trigger is null. So we go in here. We set range here. Target is null. Target bounds equals p of data to target bounds. This is null. Then we go in here, target range check linear. If target bounds equals null, then the bounds equal to tile bounds. It shouldn't have a target. And then it goes in here. This is where things are kind of weird, I would say. Because this is being used for multiple things. Outer size equals target bounds. It should be this. So if we, this is now the character size. That should work. I kind of don't know why this doesn't work right now. I feel like it should. What if we do triple stab? Why is it crashing? What's... Huh? Generate range result. Hmm. Generating a range seems to work. But moving is broken. Don't understand. Like, how is this thing that like doesn't work? It's this new lock here. Target location. But this is null. But it shouldn't be capable of being null. I was thinking just yesterday, I wish I had real programming experience, then I tune into this and understand nothing. Well, the reality is, even experienced programmers won't understand anything here. You have to, like, understanding the code is understanding the logic, and if you don't know what the logic is, then you can't understand it. Programming isn't about reading other people's code, it's about making your own code. I had Visual Basic that last semester when I dropped out. It was entirely like just copy step by step from the textbook. Yeah, that's how you program. Not exactly, but the reality is programming is really easy. It's just a few basic building blocks that you need to learn. Then you know programming. After that, it's about constructing logic. That's harder. Going to school for programming is fucking awful. You should never ever do that, in my opinion. The only time you should go to school for programming is if you already know how to program and you want to get a degree. But you should never learn it via school. Because they make it hard when it isn't. And when you know how to program, it's a lot easier to understand all of the stupid things that they teach you in school, which is about like everything like surrounding programming. It's because they want you to learn some basics and like whatever. They want you to learn how things work and everything, and they just make it so hard. It's so much harder in school than it is to just learn from YouTube. Also depends on the language. You could probably fit everything that is useful to know into like a 10-minute video for C#, and then you know how to do it. It would be a very stressful video, but I do think that it would be very possible. There's not much to it. Generate path. I mean, this should be specifically for the other. Wait, what's the problem? Generate path should be like that. Where are we generating a path? Path find. Movement path. Generate path. What is the fucking problem? Validated tiles 178. Pathfinder tile dict count is 0. Why? Generate range result. Origin position. No, unview! Where did the pathfinding script go? Where was I? I'm trying to get peak difference. It used to be origin bounds dot value. Now it's source object dot tile bounds. Why does that not work? Generate range result. Draw static grid. Static pathfinding, pathfind. It is. We are supplying the unit. So why does it not work? Because we get here, up to this point it works. But then we go to movement range. It gets all the way over here. Generate range result. Here, it's, for whatever reason, it doesn't work past that. Generate range result. What is the issue? Like the origin position isn't even used. So how could that possibly be something that's like fucking it up? Can't. It doesn't. And here it says validated tiles 178. And this, I haven't even changed this. So what is the issue here? Pathfinder tile dict. Because here it says Pathfinder tile dict count is 0. So how can it go from validated tiles to 178 to 0? Or the static grid? For each tile, invalidated tiles. It's just not possible. Movement range. Temp locations list. This is so weird. I haven't even changed anything here. The only thing I can think of is that the origin is just fucked somehow. Like the position Here should just be tile bounds, minvec. Is the tile bounds broken? Modified lower tile position. It should honestly not really be modified. But it shouldn't be an issue right now. Is it this? It could be. It could be that. It could be the 0 I put there. Yes, it was the 0. Now the path is just fucked. But it's not crashing. It's not crashing, but it's not generating the path. It's generating this though. So the target is wrong. That one is self-cast. Cyrus Gaze. Oh, it fucking works! What the shit? Why? Okay. It doesn't even crash when I hover over her. Oh, it just works. Okay. But it's got some issues. For example... Oh, that's gonna be complicated. Oh. But for example, when you hover over here, ideally, I feel like you should see where the edge is. You know, as you can see, the new AoE is overwriting where the edges are, and I feel like it should actually check both edges so that you can see where the edge actually is through this new AoE. It might not be that complicated. It might be as simple as just checking both in the shader. This is a dynamic grid and a static grid. So all I would have to do is just check both grids in order to determine which edge to draw. No targets. Do we give up for today? It's almost been an 8-hour day. Do you know how long it was since I did an 8-hour programming day? That's without a lunch break, by the way. No lunch break. Ideally, what I should do going forward is try to do like 4 hours, turn the stream off, go eat, come back. Unless I have something else to do, which usually I have some other things that I need to do. But that's more or less how it should be. Oh yeah. Yep, let's stop there. I'm gonna go eat and whatever, and then we'll continue playing Wizardry. We did implement something today, but it mostly just ended up being trying to get things to work and then re-fucking it and fucking myself over. But it's like almost there. I didn't manage to implement the Cyrus Gaze, but we'll figure that out. Until next time. Beta soon. Yeah, it might be a while. Eventually we will have a bit closed beta testing thing, but we'll see when that is. The version I'm trying to make now is just it's gonna be like, it's probably gonna be so rough that most people on the team will not be able to judge the game by it. That's the reality. Yeah. I'm gonna eat the banana. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Last year, my days were literally 0. I did not work for the entire year at all. So, yeah. Well, that's not true. Like a year ago, but not last year. I guess it's almost 2 years ago now. Then I worked 0. But yeah.